never practiced any of this. We'll try. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. There's still some people coming in the back. Are we excited? Who was that? I was like, all right, well, welcome everybody. We'll get this right in a second. So we're here to celebrate the end of the academic year, and we're here to celebrate our students and a few other things along the way. So welcome to the end of the year show. We've got a kind of intense program tonight. We've got the awards ceremony now, welcome. And then the show will open in about an hour. And then we've got a lecture with Thom, Mayne that starts at 7 p.m. So hopefully all of you will be here for that, and I think we'll see even more people arriving for that. So maybe just a general introduction, although most of you know all of these things, the degrees that we offer within the college. So if anybody that doesn't know, I always forget to do this. My name is Carl Dovman. I'm the Dean of the College of Architecture and Design. You're in the College of Architecture and Design right now at Lawrence Technological University. Our college is focused on design, immersed in technology, and grounded in practice. We've had a lot of people working on these slides today, and I think there are still slides being added as we speak. I don't know what to say about all of them. This is our Instagram account, I guess. Like it, join it. It's amazing. I do want to thank our sponsor, Yellow Flag. Lou is in the back, and we have other people from Yellow Flag here. I'll mention this later when I introduce Thom, Mayne as well, but Lou and I think there was, well, I was going to say there was snow on the ground, but that could have been last week. There were many months ago, we were having lunch, and I think Lou challenged us to think about how we could expand the attendance at the end of the year show, and suggested bringing someone important and famous. And so it was with Lou's challenge that we reached out to Thom, Mayne, and we got Thom, Mayne to join us tonight. So thank you, Lou, both for the challenge and for the support. A lot of the things that we do wouldn't be possible without our donors and our support and our alumni, and so we wanted to recognize some of the programs that we've been working on, as well as some of the donors, some of whom may be here. And I know we have a few distinguished architecture alumni in the audience right now. But it was a couple of years ago that the Distinguished Architecture alumni were thinking about what the next thing was that they were going to work on. And it was what they've been working on is fundraising for a scholarship to help students that want to continue into the Masters of Architecture program that complete their undergraduate architecture education here. And so thank you to the Distinguished Architecture alumni for working on that. A bit of an announcement, but support from the Gensler Charitable Gift Fund. We just, maybe a couple weeks ago, got news that we are going to have support, financial support from Gensler to help support a mass timber multidisciplinary studio in the fall between interiors and architecture. It's exciting. And so a list of many of the donors, some who are here tonight and others who couldn't join us or who may be here later for the show. I wanted to recognize all of them and thank them for their support, both from scholarships, general intellectual support and ideas, and other things that come from our alumni. I saw the president come in. You sat in the back. Come, you're good at this. Come say something. But I'll say generally in the same way that I want to thank the alumni, I want to thank the university administration. This is a huge show of support to have the president be able to join us. I know how busy you are, especially at this time of year. And so, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure being here. Obviously, this is not scripted. First of all, congratulations to all the award winners. We are immensely proud of all of you. And again, I'm reconfirming what our dean has mentioned. Thank you to our scholarship donors and supporters, both financial and intellectual. As Carl mentioned, without you, we would not have been able to accomplish what we have accomplished as College of Architecture and Design, as Lawrence Technological University. It's been an amazing year for all of us, and I hope for all of our students, ranging from growth in most of our degree programs, if not all, amazing growth in our research portfolio and scholarship portfolio, and this is something that we intend to keep doing year after year. In an era where higher education is under attack and the value of higher education is being questioned at every turn, we as a university, and in particular our great College of Architecture and Design, is bucking all the national trends. We are growing, we're seeing growth in enrollment and research funding and scholarship in activities and in industry engagements, and more importantly, or most importantly, in our students' success. Our students are doing immensely well, taking on wonderful jobs upon graduation with salaries that are, on the average, the highest salaries in the state of Michigan of any university, public or private. Kudos to all of our great faculty members. Thank you, and again to our supporters. And congratulations to all our amazing students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Soap. So the other thing for any alumni that are in the room, where I also wanted to highlight that on June 1st, there's also an alumni event at the gala at the Mint. And so if anyone is interested in attending, please let us know. A couple of other highlights. I know there's many students waiting to find out if they want any awards or anything like that. So first I wanted to mention sponsored studios. This is another type of support that the college receives. And so this past summer, we did the Design Build Studio and ended up building a couple of projects. This is only possible through these types of sponsorship. Another one was with Stellantis that also occurred this year. We're looking to try and increase these, and so if anyone is interested in sponsoring a studio or working with the college, these are great opportunities to do that. So some other good things that have happened this year related to faculty and some of the students. First, I want to recognize Professor Kim, both for receiving FAIA this year, which is a huge professional achievement, as well as the fact that he's going to be retiring. And so we want to celebrate June. Thanks. Thank you, June. We had promotion in the college, so Scott Shaw was promoted from associate professor to full professor this year. We had both Nur presented her work in Milan, as well as brought students to Milan with her this year, so congratulations. There's a lot of these too, so I don't know, I should have said maybe hold the applause to the end, but this is good. So Taka also won an award and exhibited some of his drawings, Digital Combines, in New York this past year. Taka's here? I think Sarah and Taka are still with Thom Mayne. We've lost him. We'll get him for 7, but we'll get him back. So Sarah is another accolade in terms of being named for a design ambassador for Italy this year, in terms of Italians having impact across the world. Philip also won an award through the ARCC this year, the Mary Keel Distinguished Service Award. Congratulations, Philip. That's me. I'm also being incredibly informal. We have all of the titles and all of the different designations on there, but Lillian and Ahu have been working on a number of grants and other types of things and published a book chapter this year. We can see the specifics here. Steve and Scott presented work at the Conference for Beginning Design Students this year, which is a great thing. We care and we think a lot about teaching, and now we're starting to disseminate some of that work. So congratulations to Steve and Scott. And then a couple of student awards too, which means we're making progress through the program. So first is Emily. Is Emily here? Emily. So this is a huge award, and I hope it begins to pave the way for other students from CoAD to be applying for this. But this is Metropolis Magazine's Next 100 Students. So they review and celebrate 100 students who are graduating this year from everyone in North America. So this is a huge honor. So congratulations, Emily. Gavin was the recipient of the William Clay Ford Automotive Design Scholarship. Is Gavin here? Congratulations. And then Autumn was the recipient of the Smith Group Scholarship. I saw the other thing, if I could just embarrass Autumn for a second. Autumn is, and it seems easy to do, now she's doing that, but we run a dual enrollment high school program with ACE Mentorship, and Autumn was part of that. And so Autumn was attending LTU as a high school student and got exposed to architecture and design. And so it's amazing having seen Autumn in high school then move all the way through the entire program and now moving into the graduate program. Congratulations, Autumn. Now I can sit down for a few minutes. Which chair is first? We didn't practice, so you ready?
All right. So I'm not as smooth as Carl. I also have no idea what this is about. So. Every year, the department chairs look for upcoming students. We give awards not necessarily to students who are doing the splashiest work, but students who have both potential and ability and grit and perseverance, and we see a spark in them. And so it's a really, really hard award to give because there's quite a few. But we speak to the faculty members, we speak to other people around the college to try to suss out a series of names that we then identify. I identify 1 per program, which I wish I could give 10 per program, but when I tried to do that, Dale got really, really mad at me. And now he's given 5 for 1 program, and I can only give 1 per 1 program. And the whole thing doesn't seem fair. Yeah, so Matthew. Are we having people come down? Yeah. And so if Matthew is in game design, who's doing some really incredible stuff in environment, Well, we run a level design program. Level design includes lots of things, but he's really excelling in both level design and some of the environmental assets. All right, thank you. Yeah, when you just keep, like, don't stand in front of the name. No. Over. Caitlin. And like Carl, I have seen Caitlin grow since first year because I had her in my first year studio, and the spark was there then as she quietly controlled an entire team while nobody knew she was the leader. Erica? I've started to hear Erica's name more and more when I talk to Lillian and Danielle, so we're expecting great things. Corbin, is Corbin here? Hey. Again, design work getting stronger and stronger, and it's really wonderful to see. And finally for me, Paige. And I know Paige, no, we can't clap for her, she's not here. So she doesn't get clapped at. So,
I think your next slide is all of them. Watch. Look.
yay.
You go up there and take a picture with them.
Okay. So come on over.
Well, the light is in your face.
Yeah, light's in my face. We're constantly refining. Next year we'll do a white slide so it'll light them up, and then
Sorry, what were the colors? Should have said something earlier.
that would have been off-brand.
There is the lighter light. We have a light.
It's gonna be about another 15 minutes.
Smile bigger.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. I second everything Philip said about these awards and how we choose them. And so let's move on. My first award is for Emily. I don't have Philip's great stories, but as you know, Emily just also got a great award from Metropolis magazine.
That was her thesis project that's there.
Yes, that's her thesis project. Okay, I'll say that.
Do you want me to release pictures of the banana box?
Burn those.
I'm not sure what that means, but next up is Carter for ID4. Congratulations. Chase for ID2. Thanks, John. Jana. ID2 again. There you go. Congratulations. And finally, Eng, are you here? For Viscom. Congratulations. All right, let's get our photo.
Wait, you're up. You're still back. You come back. We didn't practice.
Just when I thought I was done. So the next group of awards is actually recognition for Tau Sigma Delta, which is the Honorary Society for Architecture and the Allied Arts. It's a really great honor, and only a select few number of students are eligible for this. And I know that our chapter of Tau Sigma Delta has been kind of dormant for a while. And so I want to thank Taka Yoshikawa, who I think is still in with Thom, Mayne. But he is now in charge of Tau Sigma Delta and has resurrected it, so let's give him a round of applause in his absence. And then, do you have the clicker? All right, so I've been told these are in order. So if you are here, please come up and get your certificate. Alyssa.
Keep reading, even the travel time.
Angelo, or AJ. Yeah. Autumn. Carter. Kayla. Allison. Shelby. Elizabeth. Libby. Faith. Robin. Jordan. Nolan.
You're getting closer.
Ryan. And Jacqueline. You guys are off center.
Seems that they're good. Thank you. Congratulations. So we also started something last year with the end of the year show of inviting some alumni to come and jury the projects. And so this is what was happening. Many of you were trying to get into the studios this afternoon and they were roped off because we had jurying happening. So first I want to thank the jurors that joined us, Fiorello, Emily, are you taking a picture of that too? Andrew and Roland joined us and I think had a tough time this afternoon. We walked them through all of the work that's hung throughout the college, and I think they had an hour and a half, 2 hours to try and come to some consensus. And I'm told that I have more feedback that's coming to me after this too. So, you guys want to speak? Say something. Come on up. No?
Really?
If you want. You're good at this.
What should we say?
You want to stay seated?
What should we say?
You want to announce them? Because the next slide is one of your winners, I think.
That's tempting.
Should I click it? So the first, they had, like most designers and architects, they were given 3 awards to give, and they gave 4. So we're gonna have to sort that out. But it wasn't, you guys didn't each just choose one, right? You were in, there was a consensus? Okay. All right, so the first one, Jadine. Uh-oh. We'll try the second one. Kendall? So I know what happened. That the other awards that were decided last night, we emailed them and said that they had been nominated and they might want to come. We just got your awardees moments ago. Literally moments ago. So it's exciting and it's happening real time. We'll see if we can have, if any of them are here now. AJ's here. I'm juggling all these things. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You guys are at least going to take a picture with him when that time comes. Okay. And then. No? She's not here? Okay. I want to thank our alumni jury for helping us out with this. Oh, and there. One project had 2 people. Is Jacob here? All right.
Thank you.
But I also know there were a lot of complaints about file naming conventions, and so if you named your headshot final image, that could have been a problem. I don't know. All right, Dean Awards, we're almost there. We're in the home stretch. I guess everything that Philip said earlier too? No. So Dean Award recipients are for graduating students. And so I had, and this is also a point of contention, Philip had 5 awards to give, I had 10 to give. So you can imagine how that plays out. Is Sheikha here? Congratulations. Stay up here. We'll take a, I think we'll have a picture at the end. And so you can also check out, we put stickers on the boards, and so Sheikha's work was from one of the ADS studios. Catherine? Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that was for comp design, but I believe that you also had 2 studios this semester, is that right? So she's finishing the dual degree program in architecture and interiors, which we've reorganized things because of how difficult it is, if you can imagine, taking 2 studios in the same semester, and this was for her comp design work. Congratulations. Congratulations. She's giggling. You're still giggling, and Rima's so poised. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And I had the opportunity to see Rima's presentation the other night, and I just think, it was amazing to me to see the impact that your summer internships have had on your work. And so that was an amazing thing, both in terms of your skills and progress, but also in terms of the project. there's also going to be a slide later thanking Cody. Cody worked on the identity for the end of the year show. Jenna. Zach? He's stuck in traffic. Okay. So we also we're live streaming this, and I don't know if Doug is online, but we'll let him know that he won an award. Doug is in Massachusetts, and so it's the nature of our online Masters of Architecture program that we have students all over the world. And so the expectation was that they wouldn't be here tonight. Some of them may be. Doug may also be stuck in traffic too, but he wasn't going to come. And Zach, I think, is in Traverse City, so maybe joining, so everyone can turn and wave to the camera and we can congratulate Doug and Zach. And so a little bit of, so I guess I didn't get a slide with all of your pictures. Come back here, and then you can do this. Congratulations. Zach, right? Zach's here, just in time. You know what's going on or anything?
No,
Or,
sorry,
congratulations.
stuck in traffic. Thank you very much.
So this represents students that are graduating from the college. Congratulations. Let me do that. So some thanks. There's a lot going on tonight. There's been a lot going on over the last week, and a lot of thanks. So as I mentioned, Cody worked on the identity with a couple of others as part of a team. There was a faculty committee responsible for the end of the year show as well. Scott, Justin, and Taka. Justin's here too? Justin's over there, and we're still missing Taka, aren't we? I have to go find him after this. And then all of the staff pulled together an amazing amount of magic tonight. So thank you to everyone. And then there were also students involved in the meetings. I think we had, was it every week? We had a meeting with this entire group, but I know that there were also other students involved in helping to hang the show and make sure that everything was prepared tonight. So if you didn't make it up here, I want to thank you as well. Thank you. We did good. I thought we were going to run long. This is what tonight looks like. This is a map of what's going on. You're here, but Thom Mayne will be here later. But you can see the show, the show opens now, right? Yeah. Yes? Okay, affirmative. So there is a range of work spread throughout the college, and so where you came in to the building, the Masters of Architecture thesis and architecture projects are in T210. Along the hallway, there's a range of other student work from various other classes. Then in A210 across the hallway from where we are now, there's food, there's drinks, there's music, there's an alumni exhibition with alumni projects, interior design, and our furniture and millwork classes there. And then in the West Wing, we have graphic design, game design, product and industrial design, as well as work from our Unreal Engine incubator. And then if you go through A210 to the North Wing, we've closed off some of that, but we have transportation design in there. This is where we hid all of the furniture that you're not seeing tonight is behind there, all of that stuff. And then we also have work from the students that exhibited in Milan from our elective course called Curious Objects. So that's the last slide. Keep pressing. So thank you everyone for coming. Welcome to the college. Welcome to the exhibition. The exhibition is now open. So please join us celebrating the students and walk around and check out all of the work. Huh? Do you go do that? Thank you. I don't teach in here, so. Good evening, everyone. Just got dark in here. It's actually the back door that's giving a lot of glare now. Still a few people coming in. All of you will be happy to hear that I closed the bar to make sure that other people would come in. There will still be drinks for you when we finish. Okay? I think it's good, but I think we'll close the back door in a second. Okay. That helped. All right, welcome. Welcome everyone for joining tonight for the ShowLTU End of the Year Student Show. My name is Carl Dobman, Dean of the College of Architecture and Design. Our college offers degrees in architecture, interior design, graphic design, product design, game design, and transportation design. And you've probably seen a lot of the work tonight from representing all of those different disciplines. We have a range of design degrees, and that brings a vibrancy of multidisciplinarity. It's the way we teach, it's the way that we think about what we do, and it's a lot of what happens here. We're focused on design, immersed in technology, and grounded in practice. And that term, I'll deviate a couple times through this. Thom has been telling a lot of stories over the last couple of days, and so many of them are focused on practice, which is an amazing series of conversations that have been happening. But in the planning stages for our end of the year show, our marketing partner, Lou Batanti, is Lou here? He went home. We'll still mention him. So Lou is our marketing partner from Yellow Flag Productions, and he challenged us to increase participation at the end of the year show and tried to think about ways to do that. And he suggested bringing the biggest, most important person in design that we could imagine. And I instantly thought of Thom Mayne. But then I instantly talked myself out of this. There's no way that we could get him here. And even once he arrived yesterday, maybe before he stepped off the plane, I still wasn't sure he was actually going to come, but he's here. And these are the types of things that sometimes when you plan big, sometimes these things can happen. Thom Mayne is an absolute architecture and design giant. I introduced him, I don't know that I introduced him, but I suggested that he was like the old school architecture badass to the alumni, and he liked that. And he is. He's always practiced at an incredibly high level, and this work was always carried out while he was teaching and while he's been shaping education of architecture. Our connection is also multiple in that his firm, Morphosis, completed a building on our campus in 2016. And I also had to make sure that I don't think that we always fill the fountain in his building, and I made a special request to facilities to make sure that the fountain was clean and filled for Thom being here. So a bit of bio for those of you that may not know about Thom Mayne. He holds a Bachelor of Architecture degree from USC and an MArch from Harvard. He founded his architecture practice, Morphosis, in 1972 as a collective practice of architecture, urbanism, and design, rooted in rigorous research and innovation. That same year, he also helped found SciArc, where he's a trustee and coordinator of the Design of Cities postgraduate program. He's always been teaching, he's always been practicing. He's held teaching positions at SciArc, Cal Poly, UCLA, and numerous visiting appointments all over the world. He works globally across a broad range of project types and scales. Ooh.
Are you okay?
Morphosis is recognized for its innovative and sustainable designs for cultural, civic, and academic institutions. Mayne's distinguished honors include the Pritzker Prize from 2005, and something that we also learned last night, he is the last American architect to have received the Pritzker Prize in 2005. I mean, but the Pritzker Prize is important too. Right, not just that, right? Like, not to be overshadowed by that. The AIA Gold Medal in 2013. He served on the President's Committee of the Arts and Humanities under President Obama. With Morphosis, Thom Mayne has been the recipient of, at least at the bio that I found, 29 Progressive Architecture Awards, and there's probably been more since I started writing this. Over 120 American Institute of Architecture awards and numerous other design recognitions. At dinner last night, and I mean, I'll just say I am so impressed both with the amount of energy that Thom brings to everything. So I think we were at dinner, and it was a long dinner. I think it was 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Thom suggested maybe he meets with students today. So it's that generosity about engaging education and talking with students. I think he spent 2 or 3 hours talking with students today. Then we met with alumni, and now he's doing a lecture. But he's always been engaged in architectural education. And part of the conversation has been, and maybe surprising for some or not surprising, is Thom's belief that we also need to be teaching history and precedent. And he talked about the fact that he was on a jury where a student had done a project and they weren't aware of a very obvious precedent that would have informed their work. I think that bothered him, but I think beyond just complaining about something, Thom Mayne is also someone that does things. He's talked about changing practice. He's started a school of architecture, and in response to that interaction on the student jury, he created a book called 100 Buildings to be able to teach young architects about precedent. So I'm continue to be blown away by his generosity, his humbleness, and his incredible energy for education. Tonight's going to be a treat. I think Thom told me he has 2,000 images tonight. And it's that sly smile that keeps pulling us in. I know you came to see him speak tonight, and so let's kick this off. Please give Thom Mayne a warm welcome. Thank you for being here.
This is always the most, am I on? Okay, this is always the most difficult time for me. It's really hard for me to listen to compliments, Mark. I'm used to kind of defending myself. I knew that I was coming at the end of the semester, and you're literally ending this year, and a lot of you are graduating, et cetera. And I put together a series of projects which were hopefully going to be about very much transitional, that they literally start, you that are graduating would be what you're going to do next year, and it's more or less, I'm starting from more the beginning of my career. And it was interesting for me because I'm looking at myself at the building blocks and kind of what took place over more or less 4.5, 5 decades. And its relationship to my academic work, or the time I spent in the academic institution vis-a-vis as I'm moving into practice. Because my notion of looking backward, it'd be one of the most critical times for you students is,
Trying to make it a little louder, sorry.
Is the movement from the academic world to the practicing world is an extremely important kind of critical place in your life that takes place literally as you leave this place. And I put the work together in broad phases of an early beginning of architecture and what's kind of on my brain at that time and where I'm trying to go and how I'm trying to define what an architect is in the 20th century and what it means to be an architect as you start the discipline, the practice of architecture, and then a broad middle period where I've established a practice, and I'm now kind of developing a more sophisticated notion of where I am in that world as a practitioner. And then I'm ending with some current interests that very much have to do with just about asymmetry. I'm looking for kind of a new direction, and I'm trying to ask new questions. And I'm, in some ways, it's kind of selfish. I'm dealing with boredom. I just need something to keep me interested, and I need to ask. I need to start over again. And after practicing and going through the vicissitudes of practice, a huge amount of which are pragmatic, right? That make the work, that actually makes the work happen, and the brain space it uses. That's not the creative brain space, the staying alive brain space, right? The pragmatic one. I've put together a series of images, and I have no interest in explaining the projects. And that would be, maybe it comes up in questions. I don't think you can explain a project, and I'm going to disagree with that direction in presenting architecture. And that if you're going to really explain a project, the reality of that project, of how it takes place, it's non-disclosure. You cannot really talk about it as a professional architect, because a huge amount of the discussions are private and personal and remain to you, and it'd be the same thing if I was in the medical profession or in the law profession, right? And I can just show you pictures and explain where the front door is, and you can figure that out, and it's evident in the work. What I'm interested in talking about is essentially what's going through the nature of my brain, what I'm thinking about, and the nature of our studio, kind of the issues that we're dealing with at a particular time, and especially, again, for the young people here. The transformation that's taking place from a beginning of a very simple practice with very simple projects as they move through a trajectory of a complexity having to do with the complexity of the project, the scale, the relationship of more complex connective tissue of clients that are a broader client base, et cetera, et cetera. And it's going to start with conceptual work and its drawings. And again, I was kind of very fortunate, my generation was, and that in the early 70s, or through the 70s, you could actually draw and do conceptual work and find your location as an architect and become somehow understood as who you are as an architect without having work. And I don't have work because I can't, I don't have clients. I have an idea of a practice, and a very naive one. Young, naive, highly optimistic notion. I'm going to open up an office, and client thing didn't really come up until a couple years later. Oh, you probably have to need a client to make this thing happen. And I'm teaching, and I'm struggling to produce the work I can produce. And from the very beginning, I was hugely influenced by the 60s, and primarily with Archigram and Super Studio and Hans Wucker and a group of people that were collective practices, and that's where Morphosis came from. It was, from the very beginning, it was not going to be a singular person, Thom Mayne, or Thom Mayne in this case, Jim Stafford, my first partner. It was going to be Morphosis, and it was hugely influenced by Archigram group. And understanding both the name, a broad design group, things, objects, furniture, architecture, urban design, etc. Right? And it ended up being, what are we going to do? You don't like this? Not good?
We're going to try something else.
Oh. Did anybody hear anything I said? Yeah. Should I start over? Just kidding. How's that? That's better. Yeah. For me, it's the same, but whatever. I'm literally in a transition at this period of my life, and I'm continuing doing what I do as a student, and I'm drawing, and I'm dealing with ideas, and I have no idea really where I'm going. It's just intuitive, and it's just sniffing, and I'm just moving. Well, forward is a philosophical question. I'm moving. Whether it's forward or backward, I have no clue. But I am. I'm exploring, and I came out of a very pragmatic school in the 60s where you didn't look at architecture subjectively. It was very kind of highly rational. I was connected to Berkeley at the time, and a series of things were going on with Christopher Alexander, a lot of people we would never heard of. And I was re-exploring who I was in a more purely artistic, subjective sense. And I was recognizing I had to make some corrections, and so I was still going to school in a way, and I was looking at people, and I was meeting people that were my mentors, that were giving me some confidence in personal artistic skills versus rational kind of an architecture. And I was, drawings were my medium, and they were very early on, they were very sequential, and I understood them as the work. And we actually talked about it in the office. It was the project. And I was very aware that they were both autonomous as freestanding pieces of work, and they were connected to traditional drawings of making buildings. But they're going to be, they're going to move around from highly conceptual drawings that are guiding me in my interest of where I'm going to go in architecture, and they're also connected with tectonics and very kind of particular notions of what buildings are in a typological sense. And they're going to connect even to issues of section, plan, et cetera, et cetera. But they're going to move. And then simultaneous to that, I'm instantly interested in the making of things and the material aspect, and now it's coming from in my childhood. And it probably got me into architecture to start with. That as a young man, I'm making stuff, and I'm building cars and motorcycles, and I'm kind of a classic American kid, and I come from a family in the middle of the country, and my father came from a farm, and I'm connected literally to my growing up and my kind of love of tractors and really basic stuff that come out of the material world, right? And kind of observing that. And I'm making stuff, and we're getting little projects, cafes and stores, etc. And I'm trying to locate my interest in architecture. I have no interest in helping them sell food or sell clothes. It's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in locating architecture. So how does architecture participate in this problem? And I'm finding that I'm getting some response to that, because they're asking me, what am I up to? And I can't quite explain it other than, well, I'm interested in objects that talk about a dynamic notion of making things and then have a certain quality of materials that definitely talk about a love of making things. But after that, they're not useful in a commercial sense. And I'm recognizing that I'm actually not a commercial guy. I'm not interested in that part of the world. I'm not interested in helping them sell something. I'm interested in, I have to do that, or I'm part of that, obviously, as an architect. But I'm interested in locating architecture. I'm still struggling at how does architecture participate? And so I'm doing things, well, like even the first slide on the left, this piece of Kate Maddalini, it's actually is useful, and that people identify it as something fascinating, and they come back. And I'm having really interesting conversations with my clients going, okay, it didn't do things that are directly highly functional, but it did things about the mental notion of what architecture is, that it's memorable, and then people come back or they remember this thing. And I'm starting to locate even my own interest. And again, the piece on the right is a piece of an oncology center, and it was a theater for little kids, et cetera, and people always remembered this piece, and it became kind of important, and it was my contribution to the project. And again, I was very, very, again, students, I'll have to ask you, I think it's a little different today, I was very optimistic and kind of dreamy that architecture could shape behavior, that it operated within a political, cultural, social context, and we could change the world. Totally ridiculous idea, I know. And I actually believed that coming out of school, and it was very much part of what the modern movement left with me, these big visions of architecture's role in society. And then this notion of making stuff started having to do with a conceptual idea that we had certain parts of the building that we intensified. I'll get that to the thing we did here years later. And that you couldn't, in real terms, economically, produce something that's kind of full on in terms of your interest architecture, especially if you're interested in kind of an intensification, that you had to kind of choose pieces. And two things happened. One, that's where we could kind of show who we were in terms of the use of that intensification as something really strong. But it also was where we could talk about construction. And we were I worked going through school as a carpenter, and I did quite a few things in that kind of world as a kid. And I realized, even as a very, very young man, even in school, that in this culture, in this case LA, but later the culture is the US of A, there's a very, very low level of construction. This is not a culture that is about that. And it's you'd have to be someplace in Europe, or you'd have to be in Mexico City. You could go to many places in the world, definitely Japan or something, where there's a real incredibly kind of finite interested in the way things are made and in craft, right? And I understood that as an architect, that was my responsibility, that the work I admired here by architects, that they took responsibility for the craft and they made things, and were very much involved in that, in this early kind of work. And then I get this first little project, and I just came back from the GSD, and I'm enamored with, at the time, Rossi and the Tendenza, and I produced this piece of work, and we're getting the first little pieces of work in Venice, these with now are ADUs, and completely lost in terms of my interest in typology, and I'm just finding my way through it. But I was actually interested in the way you looked out, the windows went from small to large, and I was actually interested in a more conceptual idea, and not what comes through in the building, which is clearly kind of historically based. And then I'm starting on another project in Venice again, and for a kind of very interesting client. It's getting a little more urbanistic, and it's starting to have to do with my interest in kind of multiple systems and the notion of how we organize our ideas. And I'm now completely, I've left any notion of symmetry or bisymmetry, et cetera, and I'm involved in very different construction that's going to be much more directly connected to the modern project that starts with Corbusier, et cetera, that kind of challenges those things. And I'm drawing and I'm producing the things that even in a simple frame house, I'm building it because I have no confidence in the person I'm going to has any idea. But what's going to happen is parts of the framing now become parts of the architecture. It's going to be left as part of the work, right? I'm going to use that because I'm taking responsibility for it. And I'm asking, I'm not looking at the construction industry to be of any use to me whatsoever. And I have to say, for, again, the young people here, it's still really important. You have a disadvantage of being young versus if you're in Europe. If you were coming out of the Angewandte in Vienna, you'd be getting your first little work, but you'd have a contractor which is going to help you. And it'll take care of all of your lack of knowledge as a young person of construction, that they'll get it right. And you can use your thinking, your conceptual thinking, because you're going to have somebody that's going to take care of you. And you don't have that in this country. You do have to take responsibility. And then things are just moving at a certain pace, and I'm working on the 6th Street house, and conceptually now I'm involved in very different notions, and I'm using these elements as an idea, and it's a piece that uses discarded technology and kind of a rusted, thrown away stuff that's making a new language, and it's going to start kind of a very different direction. And then there's going to be a kind of a single project which is going to change me forever. And we're now looking at buildings that have not a single system, but they're made up of multiple systems, and they're all left as fragments, as parts, unfinished. And I'm interested in the open-endedness of things. Nothing gets finished. It's always left in the process of construction or in the process of thinking, et cetera. And it's, but it's coherent. And I couldn't understand it yet. I didn't get it for about 20 years. I couldn't talk about it. It's not made out of a single system. It's no longer Palladio. And again, that'd be another discussion that comes up. I think in schools we get kind of hung up and that hold us back, that there's no reason to look at Palladio. We're talking about 500 years ago. We should be kind of past that right now. And I'm still kind of hung up as a student, and I'm still hung up in some of the ideas. And all of a sudden I'm realizing, and I couldn't even articulate it until literally 10 years ago, that it's no longer a single system which is hierarchical, that everything belongs to a system. It's multiple systems is the basic idea. And it's going to be really key to literally everything I do. And so again, when I show up with my first kind of project of some kind of scale, and the first thing we're going to do is take it apart. It's not one building, it's 2 buildings. And now I'm starting to articulate, I'm less interested in the object, and even we've been pigeonholed as object makers, et cetera. I'm interested in the relationship of objects, not the thing, but the relationship of things. And I'm differentiating myself from my colleagues or certain people in doing that. And I'm constantly drawing, and the drawings and models come together sometimes, And without knowing it, I'm kind of inventing stuff. I'm producing a dwaddle, which is part model and part, and I'm borrowing from Coy Howard, and I'm looking at various people I'm working with that are in parallel kind of places. And I'm constructing ideas, and they're now coming from sources totally outside of architecture. It's Michael Heiser, and it's Terrell, and it's Smithson, and it's a group of diggers, right, that are kind of reinventing art. And the house is going to be a hybrid because the client wants a villa and I want to dig, and it's not going to work. And so it's going to be a bit of either. It's going to be a transition, and part of it is going to be about the documented site. And I'm also, I'm heading for landscape, but I can't quite articulate it, but landscape is now becoming the most important part of the building. It's forming the building. And architecture is responding to these lines that I'm carving through the scape, and out of that comes the domestic landscape. And it's getting much more dispersed, and the whole notion of object is disappearing, as is the house itself. And there is no, and I'm chatting with people like Richard Meyer, and I'm joking that there's no longer a north, south, east, west elevation. There's no elevations. It's not an object. It's a series of things you're moving through. And then right with this, we're getting really one of our first really serious jobs, and it's a high school in Los Angeles. And it's a really interesting opportunity to go kind of full on now with this notion of escape, landscape, cityscape. And the slide on the complete left, I actually showed to the client and made it through the meeting. They weren't expecting to see that, and they said, "What is that?" I said, "Well, that's the whole idea. We're going to kind of shape the land, and we're going to build this." And I'm working for the state of California education, and I'm dealing with people that are kind of expected to look at what a high school looks like, and it was going to be more like a residential building with stucco and a guacamole roof or whatever, a tile roof and all that kind of stuff. But we made it through that, and it was really fascinating because I remember walking away from the client, and they were saying you kind of overshot the project. It'd be more adequate for a college. And I remember coming back with John Enright, and the guy I was working with me on it, and going, "Well, we overshot the faculty, and the students were fine with it." And that's another story. I've always thought, it took me a long time. The best client, I think, in this culture for any kind of innovative architecture is between 5, the demographic is between 5 and 15. They get it. They look at it and they just immediately see something in pure creative terms without any notion of what it's supposed to look like. And after that, it starts getting rough. It goes back to some notion of what an object is at a level of status. And we built it. And for the school district, absolutely typical budget, everything's the same. There's nothing special about this. It's just a regular building. It's a regular school. And we're discussing, we're also now asking, we're now moved into an architecture that we have a real practice, and we're doing real buildings, and they have social consequences and environmental consequences, and they're now kind of serious kind of pieces of work that aren't cafes and little things that are highly design oriented, right? And that we can really change things. And we got very interested in here asking questions, which helped us with the client. We're not interested in you talking about what it looks like. That's our business. We're interested in how an architect participates in education. And we were discussing young people look at this building and they understand building and landscape and ecology. They understand geometry. They understand mathematics. They understand the nature of how we structure things in engineering terms. And it's a lesson, right? And it's a way that you can just do things today, and it's not the only way. It's just a way, right? But if you're looking at any kind of innovation, there's absolutely no reason to copy the last thing, which is already a century old. Absurd. Right? And then in our culture, if you're not flexible and open to change, and if you're not open to innovation, you're done in the 20th century, 21st century, right? That is absolutely a must just to survive as a human being in this level. And we're interested in the social relationship, and we purposely made a really dense street, and we're discussing how people learn is talking and interacting and interfacing, and we wanted it's a suburban area at the very edge of Los Angeles. and we wanted to have an urban sensibility. And we were bringing into that urban ideas of congestion and density, et cetera, that we thought was extremely important to the people at this age. And then right after that, we went in competition for doing a golf center, and now that landscape is becoming more and more predominant, and it's going to be a building that literally responds to landscape. It's part of the project. And then again, our first project in Europe and our kind of largest project at the time, a project for a bank in Austria, and we win this competition, and a whole series of things are going to happen here. We're middle 90s, and the digital world is taking over, and it's 93 to be precise. And I remember as we started this, it was Columbia was the single school in the US, and it was 93, 94, and it's Bernard Chubey. And he took the whole school instantly digital, and it was quite unusual and quite radical. And I was very impressed, and I had no idea, because I'm classically trained, and you do this. And so I'm leaving what I know to do with something I have nothing to do with, right? But I sniffed the fact that this is where the world's going, and I did the same thing. And one day I cleared the whole office off, and we went computers, and it was kind of a weird year. But this is a project that kind of had a little bit of both. You're going to see early computation work, including those drawings. And when I made these drawings, I'm a person that's drawn my whole life. I started with the sketches, right? I'm going, damn, I'm now looking at these funny little sketches. I can't draw these. It's going beyond what I can conceive and produce myself, right? And I'm realizing I have a tool now that's moving beyond my own capacity. That's really clear. And then with that, these are drawings that are going directly to the structural engineer, and that's what they want to look at, because they're deciding how to make this thing stand up, et cetera, right? And I've got a tool that's a communication tool that's going to become now, of course, the center of what's going to become architecture, et cetera. And I'm going to construct something, and I'm going to draw it in a way that's kind of very literal. And I have a tool now that can kind of produce complex things, right? And again, this is our first building at this scale, and I'm in Austria, but I'm accepted as an architect, as part of the art world, and new to me. In the States, I'm whatever. Architects cost too much money, and they cause you all kinds of problems. Whatever, you're in some middle zone, and in Europe, you're an artist. Architecture is an art form, and you're treated like that way. So they're not going to tell you what color the door is. They're going to leave you alone, and you have to get it on a budget. You have to make it work, blah, 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 right? And so it's a very different experience to me that opened me up to what architecture could be under very different social circumstances. And we're building this, and this is for the most conservative canton in the most conservative country in Europe, and it's a bank, right? And I'm coming back going, and coming back, meaning coming back to the US of A, going, I get why a lot of my buddies now get to do some really fun buildings, because they're kind of more open to interpretation of what architecture is or isn't, right? And never did they have any question other than, in fact, finding it kind of interesting and asking me questions, blah, blah, blah. And it's loaded with history, which should be a longer conversation. I'm looking at Wagner's Postal Savings Bank and the court, and I've just made it a different court, and I've brought in different kind of ideas. And this could be a landscape. It's going to start another idea, which I'm going to work on now for 20 years. And then it's at the edge of the city, and I'm kind of between farmland and the city, and it's going to be kind of a typology / morphology that's going to lead to the next one. And so not only did we do this job, but they actually like us and they hire us again. And we're in Udine, Italy now, and we're doing another project, and the scape's getting more literal. And I'm building a second plane, and I'm occupying site. I'm constructing site, and I'm occupying it. It's the building, right? And it's actually a pragmatic approach, because I can build these spaces very inexpensively that allows me to do other things more intensely. Right, and I give them big horizontal spaces that they want, and so it's the pragmatics is aligning with the conceptual idea, and the automobile, landscape, and building are all now being seen singular. It's a very urban idea, and I'm not designing a building. I'm designing a construct which includes movement and includes landscape. And then the second space gives me these incredible opportunities that I'm occupying this new land now. It gives me opportunities to organize the building And so, I haven't quite got the right slide. Well, here's the next one. And so when you're moving this thing, it even kind of allows you to understand where you're going. And what you're looking at here is now the central space that you're in here. And again, you'd have to walk through the building, but it's organizing the building for me. And then we're continually getting projects from here and there. And I'm also recognizing as a young architect that architecture is no longer local. It's not the city you live in, much less even the country you live in, it's global. And I was finding, and I was observing in LA, several groups went out of business during the downfall in the 80s and again in 90 and again in 08, that you pretty much had to have a big palette to survive just as a business. And it became very evident to me, and we're becoming much more open to looking at working with various possibilities. And when these people came in from Seoul, Korea, we had this kind of funny job, and it was about a skin. And we're also now involved in the closest we got to kind of commercial work, and which is a whole other conversation. But we're going to deal with the skin of the building, and it gets more and more important today. Because that's kind of the architecture in a lot of the city. It's just the skin. There is kind of no middle. It's just generic, and that is what the city looks like. Is the edge condition. But I was immediately interested in talking heads, and that the skin is the project, and it's separate from the body. And I became fascinated with not the connection, but the disconnection connection of this thing as it articulates the biological body. And then, again, this is for you young guys, you're practicing on work that you hope to get someday that's large scale. And I've been interested in urban work since I left Gruen. The only time I worked for Gruen Associates, and I worked as a planner. And I'm doing competitions, and you're learning that you do competitions from other people and friendships and colleagueships that, oh, you're going to do 10 of them before you even get a place, Michael, right? And saying, okay, we know that, and we're going to do these. But then you do them, and somebody kind of looks at it and likes it, and they invite you for another one. And then you get another one, and there's somebody that says, oh, you didn't get a prize, but we like that one anyway, so you get invited again. And you keep getting invited to competitions, and having a young firm, small fees, you can still kind of make it work with a very taut, efficient, very, very management light, very, very highly efficient firm. You can make it work. And so it's actually part of a business model, part of a survival strategy with a small firm. But we're practicing, and we're getting oriented towards understanding complex projects, and we're participating in a global field, and we're making relationships with other offices that now know, oh, I'm meeting Ben Van Berkel here, and I'm meeting another person here that are doing the same thing we're doing, that are part of the same generation, and we're all doing the same thing, right? And again, when you're coming out of school, and this is what we're doing after all the other stuff's done, right? We're working on this, or we've got the young students that have just come to intern or work with us or something, and that's what they're doing as part of their transition, coming from school to the beginning of practice. And then there's a whole middle period that I'm just going to blow through. We've done some work that allows us to be kind of understood as some sort of a serious practice or whatever, having to do with the scale and the quality of the work, whatever, that we can actually start having some consistent notion of work that's going to change the studio into kind of a real, from a very personal, private little practice into a real studio, meaning that it's going to have 25 people, and it's going to have its own photographer, and it's going to have the specialists that have blah, 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 with the studio. And we win this competition in LA for the Caltrans building. And it's going to change the practice forever, and that it's a competition, and we beat Rem in this case, and we beat Enrique Moraes also in this case, and we produced a public space. So we won it because we did the most conservative way. We're the only one that made a piazza, right? And it's a very, very complicated project with a super low budget, with an incredible time frame, and we kind of got through it, and it's going to change the studio forever. And I'm realizing that scale is now highly important to having a studio, and that I can't survive on residential work and on small commercial work. That to do what I want to do, I have to continually get work at this scale, because it's changing the economics of the office, which allows us to now with the computer going back to the Hoopa Bank, we're now kind of ramping up technologically, and we're getting our first C Corp, and we're staying ahead of the pace with the technology, and it comes with economic requirements. And so here's this thing, and it seems to work, and and again, it's incredibly pragmatic. We did this whole thing in 30 months, design build, and I'm working with the contractor, and that's changing us completely because we're working with a very tough contractor, and we're actually, I'm an educator again, I'm teaching, and we're bringing them in, and they're normally walking out the door at 5, and I've got them working in my studio because we're in a Porsche, and we leave at 11, and we have dinner there, and they're actually into it. And I've got these people working with me now. We ended up making it very successful. It was on budget, on time, and everybody made a living. And I'm learning to talk to my contractors, getting out of the architecture thing. Are you guys okay? And I'm learning how to talk to people very differently than I was as a young architect. And when I talk to contractors, the first thing I always do, or a subcontractor, are you doing okay? Meaning, are they surviving money-wise? Because that's what they care about. They don't want, oh, you didn't do this right or do that right. And that's what you are as an architect. And I'm learning just what it takes, right, to build more complex buildings. And then we had many, many opportunities here being in LA. And so we built a very particular, it's at the center of the beginning of LA, Mayne and First Street. So it's 100, it's the epicenter, 100 of the city. And so we said, we'll use that. And LA is the city of signs and the Hollywood signs, et cetera. And then we took the facade and made it into I'm borrowing from what they intended to do at Pompidou. They were going to show films on the screen, and I'm borrowing from that, and we're using this as an event space. And in LA, you have to take responsibility for a public space because nobody wants public space. You have to reinvent it in a modern sense, right? And it's not about hanging out, et cetera. That's not what people do in LA. They have their own public space in their backyard, right? And so we made it into an event where artists come in, and there's events there. And we had to activate it and make it kind of valuable until LA is interested in that kind of thing. And then right after that, that building had a huge amount to do with winning the San Francisco GSA project, and I'm building the major federal building in San Francisco. And there's now kind of a huge leap being made from this kind of esoteric firm that makes these odd things, right, into doing the main government building in San Francisco for the GSA, and it comes with huge requirements and performances, et cetera. And we're borrowing from what we learned in the last one. It's performance friendly, and we produced a public space in an area that was meant to do that. And we're very involved in work environment. I'm working with Harvard studies saying management shouldn't have middle edge offices. They should be in the middle. And they should be more egalitarian. Workers get the view, and management gets the middle. They don't get the kind of funny corner office. And we're just touching on what's going to happen in Google, that they're trying to ask, do you need offices anymore? People work collectively, and they work in all different places in the place. And so these spaces you can see that are popping out of the building, those are all workspaces that people meet. And it's all about social interaction. And we're kind of on that. And so when I talk to the client, never architecture, public space, work environment, energy. And I'm working with Nancy Pelosi, and she wants a Victorian building. And I'm going, probably ain't gonna happen. The Victorian thing, but, I'll get to it in a minute. It's gonna be, and then it's gonna be pieces of the language that started with the house. It's still kind of fragments of things that I'm kind of coming up with my kind of a language. And it's going to have a very kind of prominent main space. This is a building that's going to be around for 100 years and represents the US of A. And it's going to be a space that has a prominence of the main federal building. And it's going to be highly energy efficient. This building will power homes for 24,000 people, the Delta. We was the first building in the United States, we took the air conditioning out. All right? And so when I'm talking to the client now, again, we're going through this really quickly. From the first things I'm showing you, we're going from kind of focusing on design in a classic way, where I never talk to the client with design. It only is about performance and about public space and about work environment. And I know I'm in alignment. And the work, I guess, would say I'm moving strategically. And that'd be another conversation we could have academically. I would have said the schools should become, at this point, more strategic. instead of design as its own thing, because nobody cares about design as an isolated thing. Nobody. Any architect here, I assume, would shake their head. It has to have a broader kind of connection. And I think you have to think strategically more. Kind of how do you talk about your client that's their issue, not your issue. And we're getting public work, and we won another competition for a courthouse in Eugene, Oregon, and they want Cass Gilbert. And I'm going to go at it now for 6 months. He wants to fire me, and he's the Chief Justice. And I'm going, hey, Michael, you can't fire me. You're a judge and a lawyer. You should know that. I've been hired here, and he literally went to Congress trying to get me kicked out of this thing. And we're going to now get into a really deep political conversation. It's what's going on right now in this country. And it's going to be, this is the way the world has existed for 200 years, and I want the same thing. And I'm going, this is the way the world is going to move to, and that's ridiculous. And this could be open-ended idea of the Constitution, and this could be an open-ended kind of a building that looks at the future, and it will have none of the characteristics of the literalness of this thing, which wasn't ours anyway. It's a really crappy, kind of a joke of a classical building that's just borrowed from everything that it was what Cass Gilbert did at the time, right? But I'm going to load it with history. The stairs is the same length as the Supreme Court. It's piano nobile, and I'm going to go on and on with the relationship of the one-room courthouse, which is the tradition of this country. And it's going to have an open space, but the open space is the piano nobile, but it has to be semi-controlled, right? It can't be totally open, etc. And I'm now working digitally, and I can very quickly look at kind of the ideas of this. And what's going to happen from the exterior, you're going to understand that once you use the building. And again, there's going to be a piano nobile, and then you're going to go up to one more floor to the courtrooms. And again, we're working now with digital models and digital work, and it's really changing the kind of direction of the studio. And everything is going to be dynamic and open-ended, and nothing is going to be fixed. So that we are going to make a statement as architects in terms of the nature of the Constitution and the nature of our structure. And when you get to the courtroom, I could give you an hour lecture on this. The seats are somewhat uncomfortable, and they come out of religious buildings. And it goes back to my upbringing, and I could go back to my church in Tipton, Indiana. There's a Methodist church, and you sit on a kind of a wood seat, and it's not comfortable purposely. And I could go into a whole history of the nature of this building, and we've made a shape that forms in a very clear way the power of the judge, and we're now kind of playing with him. And by now, I've worked with this guy for 2 years, and luckily we both love red wine. That saved the day. We actually went to Paris, and I showed him. I went to Paris and went to Bordeaux and showed him Richard Rogers, and I went to Nantes and showed him Nouvelle, and they just do this. And he was just startled that architects had that power, but it was incredibly useful, as well as the Bordeaux wine. And then we kind of playing with him. I'm actually pulling it in, and I'm taking a piece from Nouvelle, kind of a stiletto light that's cutting the prosecution and defense, and is going right over the head of the judge, and we're having a good time now of discussing the deep kind of social, cultural connection of our judicial system and the relationship of the Chief Justice, who is the last vestige of our English connection. It's the most kind of literal to our history that's left in our system. And then I got this really, really interesting project, which is an urban project in Cincinnati, and we're now making connective tissue of a campus, and it's all going to be about public space. And the building is secondary, and I'm really constructing public space. And it's going to be interior and exterior, and interior is going to form kind of the idea of the building. And now there could be a series of academic buildings, and they're going to be all highly specific, right? They're not at all generic. And they all very much have to do with their location, the culturally city-wise, and the location site specifically. And so I get to Cooper Union, and again, for me, this was an incredibly interesting project. This is a school that as a young man, it was they were my heroes, and I was looking at Cooper Union. It was one of the most interesting places for me, and I was in a love affair with John Haydick and what was going on there. And so it was a really interesting project, and they wanted something eccentric. They wanted something, it's what they do, but they wanted something that's about a connective tissue of their claim to fame is they connect art, architecture, and engineering. And to do that, they have to talk, they have to connect together. And it's in this kind of very interesting part of the East Village, which is happens to be a Ukrainian neighborhood, but it's very eccentric already, and very working class, and very particular to this particular notion of New York. And so they kind of got the eccentricity to the building, but it's going to all have to do with building a piazza, a vertical public space that's about to connect the tissue of students. And we're now working in a way where both modeling and we're producing things we couldn't draw and we couldn't produce in terms of the development of the digital world is assisting us now, and the modeling world is we're on now probably the second or third generation of Z Corp. And we're going to produce this connected space, and it's going to be the aspect on the interior that's going to be memorable, that takes you up to 11 stories, and that's all about connectivity, of the dialogue between engineer, artist, and architect. And then again, we're going to be at Caltech in a completely different project on a kind of an Hispanic campus in Los Angeles, and it's going to be about the connection of landscape and the campus, and it's going to be about the vertical connection. It's astrophysics, right? And it's going to be about an interpretation of the vertical. And then, of course, we were here. Sorry. It's going to go back to kind of, funny, I just put this in here because I forgot. I did it, and it seemed to me I should show it since I'm here. It goes back way to the beginning that there's certain projects, just because of the reality of budget and et cetera, that you have to focus on kind of one thing and decide what that is. So it goes way back to the very beginning, and I'm going to kind of produce this one thing that we can put a little bit of capital into that's somehow memorable, and it's the connective tissue. It's pretty simple. It's just the stair that takes you up the second floor. And it's going to be very connected to the notion of this institution that makes things itself, and that it's interested in construction, and in the precision of construction, and in the intelligence of construction, et cetera. And we're going to develop it in a way that uses the tools we have now, that we can develop forms that come out of the tools that now they're no longer extruded, they're no longer planimetric. We can now make forms that are extremely kind of infinite, really, right, in terms of the shape language based on the digital world. But what we're really interested in, and we couldn't quite get the campus interested in, we're interested in the broader urban idea. And they came to us as architects, and we were looking at these pieces built, and we brought, you don't need another kind of object. You need something that kind of starts connecting the campus, much more like our work in Cincinnati, right? And so we're really interested in gluing together the building that hasn't been finished and finishing that facade, making an entry gate to the next piece, and if anything, making an architecture much softer. It doesn't need to be an energetic. You want it to be some sort of you already got kind of pieces that are kind of architecture capital A, and you still need more of those. You need something that's about the campus that speaks to the connective tissue, not a series of unique things, which we're saying at this point is kind of old school. And that definitely came out of Cincinnati. They had already figured that out. They had been building these buildings that by the time we got there, they said, we don't need more icons. We need something that talks about the campus as a whole, right? Not a series of individual statements. And again, so we're producing this, and our real interest was this broader idea of the growth of the campus. And of course, it goes up to the top, this beautiful site. I haven't seen it for a while, right? You have that site next to it, which is really amazing, which offered just incredible kind of opportunities. And so here we are, we have kind of an object that has a piece of desire. And then here we again on different campuses with very different discussions. We're dealing in an historic campus, and they're asking us particularly to build a 21st century building that talks about the delta between their Gothic or their various historic kind of connections. Although if you know the campus, they've done that before. They have a great pay building. They've got a very, very good SOM steel. I remember right. They have some kind of, and we were asked to do that. And again, we're coming up with, we have different methods of approaching that. And then again, we did it again for them in New York. And it's a zero neutral building. So you get this weird thing that the building starts from the top down instead of the bottom up, because that's the energy, the connection. And it's zero, it's neutral energy. And we got the job performance-based because I remember I showed them a picture of my office, and my last comment before I left the interview is, everybody talks about doing energy neutral. I do it. And I showed them my office, which is energy neutral, and I showed my energy bill, which was zero. That's all it took. And huge shifts are taking place, which are in the works right now, architecture is getting more and more directly involved in construction. So we're working with Zahner and Kansas City, which worked through this in quite a few buildings. They go back to the Eugene building. And we're writing the program for the skin you looked at, which is highly differentiated. Every one of those little pieces is its own rotation. It's actually a map of New York looking backwards, but that doesn't matter. So we're working directly with them of writing the programs and making the facade. And again, for you guys, I think this is your future. If I live long enough, and you're going to make a living doing that, you're going to be involved directly in construction, because what's going on today, you don't draw anymore, you construct the thing itself. And the builder he doesn't want drawings. They want the 3D thing, and they work just like we work. So the same program that we made, the model, goes right to him, right? With minor adjustments, he makes the thing itself in full scale. Huge, huge difference. And then again, in a museum in Dallas, it's going to be about a very kind of particular site, a very LA site that's outside of the city, and we're going to construct ground to start with, and that ground will be the first 2 stories, and it matches the need of the program. And it's going to be very much, it's a natural history, it's a nature museum, and it's very much about nature and how it plays a change, and it gives you very different kind of sensibility of building seasonally. And Dallas is a very kind of fascinating place in terms of seasonal change. And it's going to, again, have certain things that show up in different buildings. It's going to have a vertical connected space because of the site, and it's going to be, maybe museum-wise, it'd be a Guggenheim-ish, and then you're going to be moving, the main movement is going to be vertical, and you want to make some clear statement. And then we built this escalator that you saw. Instead of moving in, it's moving towards the city, and we're trying to connect this thing to where it should have been in the city, and they put it in the wrong site. And so as you move up the building, you keep moving closer to the city, and you're always aware. We're trying to make a direct connection between this building as a civic building in the city. And now here we are again, we're working with Gates Construction on concrete. I could show you many slides. We're in their studio making prototypes, showing them how to make this thing, and it's an incredibly positive relationship. Everybody's happy with it. They're happy with it because we're helping solve problems, and we're doing it for cost reasons. This is a very inexpensive building. And again, there's this continued connection now that are going to be working in many of these buildings. In certain elements, we're going to be working directly with the contractors. And again, in the Emerson School in LA, we're going to build this facade, and I think I'm going to show you, we're going to build this very congested inside, which is kind of a hybrid between Boston and Los Angeles. And I spent some time in Boston. I was fascinated with the kind of urban spaces there, all these things that are between. And here we are again in Kansas with Zahner, and we're literally producing the making, especially of these more complicated pieces, and it's more like an airplane fuselage than a building, and it's cost effective. We're making it to afford it and to build it efficiently, all right? And they're directly from prototypes from our studio are going right to Zahner, and working to get this. And again, we're building something that's not extraordinary. This is a completely average budget, right? I have showed you no building so far. I haven't been that lucky. They're the typical building. A lot of people say, oh, you had all kinds of budgets. Not true. These are built for very, very modest budgets. And they're building the skin. And I've got now 2 people that are developing the skin, and we're mapping it. The piece on top, we have 16 different pieces that are going to make this 3-dimensional skin, and we've organized them to make this very kind of unique, highly differentiated pattern, and we're mapping it, and we show them where they go on the building, and they literally, we're designing even the process of how they construct the thing. It gives us this, that is interested now just in a separate whole topic of facade, and we're interested in the 3-dimensionality and the kind of dynamicism of facades, because they become so important in our work. And we have now more or less a kind of a special little team that just does nothing but kind of operates on facades. And then in a museum, and again, our biological cells and our digital cells they keep blending. And we have more and more tools that allow us to see things in certain ways. And with me, the old school guy, that again, I'm not a computer guy, I work with people, I'm just totally enthralled by the young people that come to us in this generation that constantly kind of upgrade and the tools available through the digital world. And it seems like we're still in a very kind of early phase of that. And it's going to have a huge effect on the profession. There's going to be more and more work done, and with AI, it's going to be even kind of more expanded. And it's going to really, again, the young people here, it's going to hugely change what you're going to become as architects, for sure. And again, we're looking at these things now, and I'm able to look at them in ways I've never been able to see them before, and make decisions, design decisions, both at a pure design, conceptual level, and at a mechanical, a practical level, a constructional level. That allows me to build this. And again, this is an incredibly inexpensive. We built this for, I think, like $700 a square foot, and nobody builds museums for under a K anymore. And so it's a very, very tough project. And it was, again, we built a plaza. We didn't want to build another object as a museum. We built a public space that holds 1,000 people, which would, again, be a separate discussion. And again, there's certain areas of intensity. This is the lobby in the center, and we put a certain kind of energy in that kind of place, and everything else is quite simple. And then, like early projects, you do certain projects. There was a competition we won that didn't end up getting built, which is probably one of the more interesting things that I've been involved in. And it was going to be the largest tower in Paris, and certain things took place and it didn't happen. But it's a incredibly complicated site, and our notion now of highly specific buildings and highly differentiated buildings is helping us, because it was a World Series. We went up against literally every architect in the world, and because we were very particular about the site and the uniqueness of the site, it allowed us to present a kind of a very unique project. And then a project we finished a couple of years ago in Casablanca, which is the beginning of a new urban area, and it's going to talk about Corbusier, and again, that'll be a little separate history. Casablanca was a fascinating place in the late 40s, early 50s, with Shad Woods and a series of Corbusian underlings. They were working in Casablanca, and they're building all these interesting, highly modern, right, classic modernist buildings, and we were using some of that as a beginning. And then a tower we finished a couple years ago, and it's funny, in this country, we are not perceived as building this kind of work, and probably couldn't get another one of these. In China, we began to beat all the big firms on this one. That's fun too. They come in with like 20 people, and I walked in with one guy. Don't need 20 guys. I could have done it myself, actually. It's just not a big deal. Anyways, an interesting client, and we remoted the movement, and so we get a completely clean floor plate with no core. And we have a base. All of them talk about as they touch the ground, and that's where there's a shopping center and there's commercial activities and stuff. And do that. And you're going to walk across a 50-foot bridge and connect to the city as you leave, as you start the day and end the day. At 80 floors, you overlook this kind of amazing city of 20 million people, and you make this connection. And we're just looking for kind of simple opportunities of kind of what are the opportunities in doing a tall building, and they're really kind of complex, actually. They're really difficult. They are kind of an edge in the skin. And we've tried to find a new organizational model is what I was interested in. And then again, a competition we lost, which was really a frame. They were redoing this building, and they owned another building next door, and we connected it with a piazza on the 27th floor, which is just incredible. And we just couldn't quite convince them of the reality of this, and it connects Utsan's Opera Hall and the bridge, which are the two major icons of Sydney. And couldn't make it work, but it'll happen sooner or later. And then we went this really goofy project in Valle, Switzerland, a little town of 800 people that existed in the 7th century. And we built the tallest building in Europe, and it's still being talked about or still being worked on by the government. But it made total sense. And when we finally presented it, I showed the slide on the right, and that's one of my people photographing it. And I had another guy photographing my photographer. And we're going, no, it's not tall enough. In this context, right, this building is not, you could actually make an argument that it should be considerably larger. And it's not in London, it's not in New York, it's not in Detroit. It have to do with this context of what tall means. And it became a fascinating thing that's still kind of going. And then just recently, we finished the convention center, and the tall building is now, it's a hotel, and it's now connected to a broader kind of program. So the base is the convention center itself. And we were able to convince them to build a single loaded corridor. So when you enter your room, you have this amazing view of Nanjing. And then the convention center itself. And again, really, again, so many of these be separate little conversations. Working in China is fascinating. Our tendency over a long period of time in here, we're used to saying, you show them something that's somewhat innovative, and the contractor says, I can't do it. And then they go to the client, and the client immediately comes back to you is saying, what's the problem? It's your problem. Why are you giving things to people that they can't build? You go to China, and it's exactly the opposite. They always say, no problem. And you leave the meeting, and you go, I don't think they had any idea. But they say yes, and then they do it. They figure it out. It's really fascinating. And if you look at any of the design magazines in the last 5 years, every innovative building, Michael, would you say 90% are China? You look at any design magazine of any place in the world, and all the projects that are innovating are coming out of China, and it's an attitude. It's a mental attitude of the culture that we can do this, we want to do this, and we're gonna be the leaders of the world. You guys are old school. And it's completely up here. It's fascinating, right? And you learn to work with that. And we're giving us something that's incredibly complicated. I showed this to the largest contractor in LA. They had that built our museum. And I showed it to him, and he literally said they couldn't do it. I go, what do you mean you can't do it? Come on, you're smart guys. You're all educated in the better schools in the United States. You're one of the larger contractors in the United States, and you're saying you can't do this? Come on, I'm showing it to you. We just did it, right? I mean, it's totally stupid, meaning you're not competitive. Not good news. If you can't do it, someone else will do it today, and today that'd be another discussion. A lot of our work, the facades are gonna come from Argentina, they'll come from Buenos Aires, they'll come from Istanbul, they're gonna come from any place in the world, and they're gonna say, no problem, not only will I make it, I'll make it for half the amount of money you're gonna make it for. And so again, there's some big issues in our profession right now in terms of we need to get a little bit more aggressive just to be competitive, just to have work, because more or less it's a global thing. People, and it's doing that right now. 4 firms just moved into LA, and Foster and Grimshaw and Big just opened up offices. And why are they opening up offices? Because they can do things that clients perceive that we can't do here, right? And interesting. And then a recent project in a research center in Seoul, Korea, and it has a lot of the same ideas, but we have a very kind of major public space, and they make high-tech fabrics, airbag on your car. And so we made the inside out of their own fabric. We're using their product as the material. And they have, again, a really interesting kind of idea. They have a major collective space that's for the employees that says this is the mission of this institution. And we built something the height of Notre Dame, and a space that's significant. And as you walk in the building, this is what you see every day to go to work, and this is our mission, this collective space. And you cross that, everything on the left side are the cafeterias and meeting spaces and all the collective spaces. Everything on the right side are the laboratories, because there's about 1 million square feet of laboratories that are supported. And we're building something kind of very personal and private and just doing what we do. And then I'm coming to an end of this middle thing, a complex that's the campus for ENI, and ENI is Aramco. It's the oil conglomerate in Italy, and we're in San Donato, which is just south of Milan, and we're building that, and we're using the stratification of geology as an idea, and the formation of oil as the organic material, and geology as the idea for the building. And it's again not a series of towers or objects. It's going to start with a piazza. And we won the competition because we're showing a traditional piazza, and we talk about Navona, and we talk about Italy and all of the collective spaces, et cetera. And it's going to be something kind of dynamic. And it has its own park, and it has all the facilities that are you would expect on a campus as a workforce for recreation and eating and socializing, et cetera. It becomes its own park and its own lake, et cetera. And it's what I waited a long time to do, going back to those, again, young people, the early models of urban ideas that I'm working on 40 years ago, and I'm practicing, I get to build one. And so now we get to build a chunk of a city. And I'm going to think for everybody out here, definitely all the architects, this is the future of the profession. The most compelling projects will be large scale. Economic increment is getting larger and larger with globalization. And the projects will get larger and larger scale, and more you're going to be building pieces of cities. And that's why they go to architects. There's no one else that can do that, right? And they're going to become more and more typical of this project, where you're building on quite a few acres, and you're building multiplicity of buildings, right, that come together. And I'm showing this because the beginning hand is still trying to show up. We're still making stuff by hand, not off the shelf, not looking at people we're not buying facades. We're inventing facades, we're making them, and we're finding people to make them. And in Italy, it's a piece of cake, because there's all kinds of people that want to make this, and they already have industry that's set up, that's already connected to the handmade. And then finally, I'm going to kind of blow this really, I'll try to get this really quickly. Current stuff, looking back at kind of what I've done, want to go someplace different, trying to figure out where I want to go, just don't want to be bored, want to find something to do. And I'm looking at projects. This is a competition we lost, the REM, and it just opened in Taipei. And kind of reassessing certain things. It's another competition we lost for the theater in Rensselaer, and we kind of frightened them. And again, I'm showing this to the president, and they took a long time for the competition because it just kind of flummoxed them, but it actually frightened them. And they're going, oh, kind of, it's tough because it's actually kind of a simple building. And reminding me that this is how we've done things now, and we're now at, let's see, 95. Wow, time goes fast. We're approaching 3 decades. So whatever generation we're in, working like this, and this is now, you guys, you don't have to worry about making models. You're going to clean it and muck around with it a bit and put it together. But one of you will do it in a week, and it'll be done. That you'll go back, and one of you done this whole thing. And not only, there's no other alternative. You couldn't make this another way. You literally couldn't make it by hand, right? It's not possible. You have to have the tool. And that's not going to change. And it allows us to quickly look at options, that I can look at these now every day. I could go back to an old model we did. It took us a week to make one model, and it doesn't work. You can't do it. And then I'm going back and looking at organizational ideas. We started with multiple systems. This is a design center in Taipei, and this is another thing for an exhibit, where we're looking at very different organizational ideas, which again come out of a computational model. And then what happened with the computation, we realized you can crawl in the model. And this, again, for students starting with first year, you can not only look at something, you can crawl into it and occupy it. You can connect conception with perception. Hugely powerful. Not even possible in my imagination as I was doing my little drawings at school. And today, this is off the shelf. You're going to learn this in a couple months, right? And I'm floored how fast you guys seem to learn this stuff, right? And how many programs you get accessible or capable. And then I'm producing work that's organizational models, which is pushing organizational ideas, which is going to lead me in my architecture. And the models come first, and the drawings are CAD scans. The models don't come from drawings, the reverse. The model comes first, and the drawing is an analysis of the complete turned around. And it's how we work today. And then I showed something that would be very kind of, I was hoping clear to you, so I can take one of these abstract drawings, and I can turn it into, what do you want to call it, a kind of a plan or something that's going to lead to a project. And I can now rationalize that plan in more architectural terms, and allow to understand the systems that are making these multiple systems that are giving me infinite variety. I'm trying to build the city, so I'm trying to build Detroit. And to build Detroit, I have to have a lot of different things to get the messiness and the accidents, and I'm interested in those accidents. And it'll be very much connected to what's going on in music, especially extemporaneous jazz, and it's going to lead me to Miles Davis and certain people that are interested in the way we can organize in much more dynamic terms. And then again, we can model it. and I can instantly sit down and in a couple hours I can look at something, make changes, and look at it the next day. But I'm looking at the gestalt, the total thing, and everything's integrated, right? I don't have to look at plan and section and elevation and mechanical and structural. And this has already been engineered and it's already looked at in terms of the mechanical, et cetera. And it allows me to produce something that's somewhere between building and landscape. And again, a project that I started with the school, what is that, 35 years ago. And where everything you're looking at is building. And whether it looks like landscape or looks like building, or the building's starting to look a little different, having its effect on landscape, that I'm constructing site. I'm constructing the project, starting with the site itself. And I can kind of articulate now in environmental terms and ecological terms. You can look at even the percentage of green space versus water versus hard space versus architecture. And if you look at the building, it's a very small percentage. I'm building landscape, and it's going to be operating in environmental terms. But it also, not just scientifically, it operates in environmental terms conceptually. People get it. They understand that the nature is the project of architecture. And it's, of course, dynamic. I'm moving the farm into the city. And I'm constructing kind of a semi-urban space. And I'm looking for something that's completely differentiated. If you cut a section of this whole complex, no section's the same. Every section and every meter is different. And I'm looking for the diversity that you find in the historic city. And I'm looking for opportunities. So the CEO's office and his meeting space is that piece that comes over the water, and everything is about the very didactic notion of nature, right? And so everything is connected to the site, and that's the takeaway. And there's a dynamicism that's parallel to natural dynamicism. It'd be like a walk through the forest or something. Everything you see is somewhat unique, but it's made out of a consistent number of parts that keeps it organized. A piece of the hotel and a guest quarters, etc. And a place where now I've lifted the roof up that goes back even to the Hoopa building in Udina, and I've lifted the landscape up, and you can kind of see the thing below it, and I've just pushed the landscape up, and you can kind of see the seam, and that's kind of all landscape above you. And again, everything connected to the recreation, all the various functions. And then I've left open for even the appropriation of the client. So in New Year's, they actually produced this, and nothing to do with me, but they were able to find a way immediately to talk about the whole campus, and it happens to be a little over a kilometer long. So it has to do with their own mission in terms of their a pharmaceutical research group, et cetera. And then it keeps moving, and these objects are now getting scripted and more dynamic, and I can turn one of these organizational ideas into a concept for a park that we won in Beijing, and I can show you directly, literally how we work. And I would think the young people out here really want to look at this. This is your job, right? I did this with one person. It's a 3x3 block. It's a big piece of land block in the middle of the city. And I'm starting with an abstract idea that I've worked with, and I've been working on that for 4 or 5 years. And I'm transforming that with one of my fairly senior guys in 2 weeks. And I had a staff of 6 available to me, and I said, no, I don't want 6, I want 1. And I can, that's gonna be this. And you're looking at a soccer field in the upper left corner, to give you an idea of the scale. And it's theaters, libraries, a very urban, high activity park, not an Arcadian park, right? It's both athletics and a traditional Arcadian park, and many, many kind of uses that are all kind of put together. And never thought twice, the client. Interesting idea. Oh, you guys kind of work pretty quickly. It's nice that you can work in 2 months and do this. But I would have said it's kind of the status of where we are. And so here we go now, and I've got the same project, and this is about a year ago. I'm now working with the next generation of this, which is scripting. I can now look at 100 of each of these, and it's produced in one night, right? And so I come in the morning, and I can look at variations of these schemes. And again, I've got a tool, and it's just, for me, it's just a startling kind of tool that I can look at that allows me to make decisions, right? And I'm used to looking at kind of one scheme a week or something, right? It wasn't that long ago, right? And I'm coming to the end here. Another park in where am I? Ningbo, China. And again, I'm naming these Chinese projects because they don't think twice. You present this, and of course, this is just, we had a competition, and you're one of the people invited, and we expect to see something interesting. Not a word at that level. And these could be a series of pavilions now, and I have a program where I can develop 100 of these and evaluate kind of what they're going to be, and one's going to be a cafe, and one's a library, and one's a little museum, and an event space. And I'm working with a person, and you're looking at the 3 I chose, but I looked at as many as I had energy to look at, because I can look at it. The number's actually infinity, and that's kind of a big number. And so you choose some number that's useful to you, and then you can, if you choose to, you can draw out a little more realistically, because I actually use this to show the client, and they didn't get any passes in terms of, that'd be another maybe subtopic, kind of what you show clients. And I tend to show things that are a little bit abstract and purposely want to keep my own distance. I never would show something that pleases the client. Renderings only if necessary. That'd be another separate conversation, that you need to keep your own status at the table, what's your role at the table. And then finally, the last project, an urban competition that we won that's probably not going to happen, and the increment's getting bigger. And again, this is going to be typical in China, a competition for a technological zone of a city. And it has infrastructure, 2 subway systems. We've articulated, I have a book. This would be a 2-hour kind of presentation. Housing, workspace, differentiated workspace in terms of horizontal, vertical, et cetera, a part of the university, a part of a convention center. And this isn't an unusual increment in a lot of the world, right? And I think, again, this is going to be more and more typical of projects that we will catch up to here, because you have to, because the integration allows you to really solve complex urban problems having to do with infrastructure, transportation, energy use, etc. Open space. And here they already gave us a program that they want X amount of open space per person, and they're already kind of fussy. It's not like here, you just can't build something. You have to build something that you can say, yes, it has X amount of square footage of open space per population, etc. And that the subway people move a quarter of a kilometer, something like that, 500 feet or something, is the distance from your transportation, so it's all walking. And there's a whole huge kind of list of constraints that this comes. I have one little sub thing I'm going to throw, just I have to. It came up in our conversation. I'm spending more of my time painting right now, but I'm using the same process we're talking about. I'm developing the brain that makes the painting. I don't paint it, I make the thinking, and then I deliver the paint with state-of-the-art technology, and they're my cyborg work. Cyborg meaning they're part of my mechanical world, and the digital world, they're part of my biological world. And I'm inventing things that I don't even know what they are, that we went back, and that one seemed like more flora than fauna, and that kind of thing. And then we're putting things in a petri dish and getting feedback, and then changing the system, and then looking at it again. But we're just making species that don't exist. So instead of looking at a vase of flowers and painting the flower, I'm inventing the flower, or whatever it is. And I'm kind of fascinated with that. But it's definitely connected to organizational systems, which go to the last project I'm showing you, that I'm looking for new, and it's and I'm looking for something I'm interested in that goes back to my earlier kind of thinking when I could just work conceptually. Thank you so much.
Will you take a couple questions?
Of course. No, you ask me the questions are the best part. I'm just blah, blah, blah. I kind of know what I'm going to say, right? The questions are the fun part.
We might need a minute just to take it in.
Michael.
So the fabricating, you talked about the cost, and it's interesting. So are you finding that fabricating the stuff, like these facades and things, is actually more cost effective than buying all the systems and assembling?
Well, if you buy things, it's going to look like what's in the marketplace.
Right.
They don't even need me. They don't need architects. A sophisticated client will go to a contractor. He can choose a Conair window wall, and he can choose the ones he likes. I'm there to produce something that hasn't been produced before and that has qualities that somebody wants, something that has a human character that we're still involved in it as human beings, and it shows some uniqueness of kind of who we are. You could keep working with the manufactured goods, and we don't need to be. I purposely overstate things. You understand that, all right? That's my style. You wouldn't need architects. Think about it. You need an engineer. Even engineering, buildings get so. I'm talking to several people right now, and the same things I'm talking about with computation and AI. AI is really good at engineering because it's a fixed thing. And if you build a 20-story building, they're more or less the same. The depth between the core and the number of elevators maybe varies a meter. Really, the same thing. And there's X amount of shapes. You don't need us. If I was a contractor, first thing I would do is that kind of question, do I want an architect? And if I'm looking at building a cost-effective building, my first notion as an architect, knowing architecture, I would go, oh. And, well, majority of buildings are built without architects. Of course, right? No, I think you kind of establish what is our role, et cetera. But again, some of the larger projects, E&I, campus in Milan, it requires a unique site, a unique program. It requires a particular project. And there's somebody that doesn't want a Conair. They want it to look like them. And that was my job. And I go to Cooper Union. You can't get that courtyard. That's our courtyard. And that's now Cooper Union. You could build a huge amount of the generic city, which probably is going to happen more and more. There's no reason to, we don't need like separate designs for office buildings. It'd be better just to get some good ones and to build more of them the same and to keep generating a better product. Work more the way Porsche does it. Every year they just make a little tweak and it just keeps getting better because they don't have to reinvent it because it's a beautiful car already, right? And you just keep, it's evolutionary. And I think we're kind of overly hung up on the look of things, which is, I'm saying that. Somebody that's kind of connected to the way things look. And that there has to be a stronger balance to various levels of performance, but just looking different, if it's not deeper, actually kind of hurts us in a way. And it's kind of inevitable right now. And there's not a lot of economic benefit for just shaping something that's kind of simple. So don't expect to have a huge business, all right? And I'm a very pragmatic character in terms of business. I expect to have a thriving business. And so I'm interested in the product I give, and I'm gonna expect to get as much as, I wanna be on the top end of the scale. I'm a businessman. And to do that, I have to act like other businesses. I have to produce a product that is desirable and that I can articulate for the client. It's not my product. And again, with my drawings and my own personal work, I define differently what's mine, and I don't expect to be paid for it. People don't pay me for what I like. They pay me for a service. And it comes with an architecture that you can identify in some level. It comes with that, but that's only part of the conversation, right? And definitely the whole constructional thing, I think is a really lovely open territory where we're moving more towards the construction, and they like it because we offer, like Gates, just reproduced the skin we did and sold it. And my business partner, happens to be my wife, got all over me. Thom, we have agreement with that, of course. That is our product. I go, okay, we'll do that again. Yes, I invent a product and now expect to get X%, and you sell it. Duh. I mean, most people in the business world would think we're totally morons and that we didn't think of that. That's how you make a living, right? And I think there's much more, you're developing the Conair wall. That's where the work is. Why give that away? That's what you do. You make stuff, you invent stuff, and you're good at it. And Conair borrows from you anyway, or they already hired an architect to design their wall, right? Or they hired their team. And to start with, design a better wall. The first thing you do is design I have a Tesla. If you own a Tesla, you get it. It is by far a superior car, and my wife trades a Porsche, and it's a way better car than a Porsche. It's faster, it turns better, it doesn't use gasoline, right? Everything about it. And my little fast one is faster than a Maserati and a Ferrari, right? And it's $4,500, $45,000. And it has 1/8 the moving parts. And if a city like LA became their car, it would reduce it would end the air pollution. It's 55% of the air pollution is automobile. You'd have clean air. And so he's got a macro, should be architecture. He has moving parts, how it's made, 1/8 the moving parts. And after having one now for 8 years, it's kind of weird to go on a normal car where everything's moving, including even the button for the glove compartment. And it really feels weird to go backwards. I feel like I'm in a prop plane or something, because I'm used to a car that there's nothing to break down. It's not that it doesn't break down, there's nothing to break down. Electric engines don't break down. They get, whatever, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles, right? And if they did, they're this big and they don't cost much, and it takes a couple hours to replace it. And we need to be, to me, they're the most valuable broad design thinking right now. And they're still trying to figure out some things. But a lot of it is the hesitancy of our public to try new things, right? And they're still working on the range. It said, and to look at that car, it's really interesting. I was with a couple presentations way back, and this little girl asked the best question, and he was presenting it personally. This is probably 8 years ago. And a little girl asked a question, and it was Musk himself. And he says, Mr. Musk, why does it still look like a regular car? It was the best question anybody asked. The answer? Because he has to sell it. So he tries the best he can, and it looks like a cross between a BMW with Porsche details. It's a cool car, and it looks like an expensive car, and the nose would confuse you with a Porsche, and the back would confuse you with a BMW, right? And the interior is really clean like a European, and it's made properly, and he somehow figured out how Americans can make a good car as we make shitty cars, and it feels like a German car. And he made it work, but he's fussy. Like architects, we go, no, this isn't right. You gotta make it you gotta make it like this. And it looks like a car to sell it, because he's already pushing them to buy a, quote, experimental. They trust a combustion engine, and so it's new. And he jokes with it. He calls it what's the front? A trunk, a frunk. The front, the trunk, what's he call it?
Front.
Huh?
Front.
Yeah. But it's also, it's actually a 20th century device. You leave your dog in the car, and you push a button, and it's 72 degrees, but not only that, we're joking about this, right? On your screen, it has a big sign that says, don't worry, I'm happy. I'm taken care of. So someone doesn't call the police or think you're a bad person because your dog's gonna die in 100 degree in California. And if you're kind of hanging out and you want to play, you push another button, it's a fireplace. And it is a stereo system with symphonic. You literally stay in your car sometimes to finish a piece of music because it's just insane. It's the best piece of music you've ever heard in a car. And it's just practical. It's a 21st century device, right? And you get used to never going to a gas station. You get used to never doing anything to change except the tires every, whatever, 3 or 4 years. I think we've got to move more in that, and it is a beautifully designed thing. It's not the number one kind of, am I helping? And you couldn't design it without making it, and you couldn't make it without understanding how it performs to the user, right? And then after you get it, it's hard to, it's really weird. It's hard to go backwards. You're just used to, this is what it means to build a vehicle that moves you around in the 21st century. And you could go way back, and they made some really beautiful cars in the 30s and the 40s that are just outrageous, but they kind of don't make sense other than understanding they're beautiful things that you put on a pedestal. I mean, it's that simple. And I think we have to be a little more than that. And definitely young guys, you're studying. You've got to get more, and we are living in the 21st century, and I think as a country, we're a little bit behind right now. Funny, I travel a lot. When I come back here a lot, I feel like I'm in a third world culture. I get in an airport here, and it's funny, I feel like I'm literally third world culture. I'm used to being in insane airports all over the world that hire really good architects, and here it's just absurd. I mean, it's literally third world stuff. And again, part of it is we, as architects, I think we have to ourselves kind of push the culture and say, by the way, this is available, and again, you could show things that this is being built here and there, right? And just if you're just competitive, don't you want to operate the way the globe works today, and maybe shift more to long-term thinking versus short-term, and this is a short-term economic culture, so it's kind of tough that level, but thinking more long-term, that this is the cost of this thing over 10, 20, 30 years, which in architecture is everything. So you can cheap out with the window, but now you have to change the window in 10 years, and it's a really bad investment, right, long-term. Again, we have a kind of a difficult environment that way. Anything, go for it.
I was in Seoul in a congested street, and I ran into the Sun Tower, which almost like burst out of place. And was there something that preceded that with the access development? I mean, was that the original?
Total generic building, just a.
But it has that skin.
We were interested in, when you look at the building, and it's always a different building, it's not extruded. So when you're in different positions in the city, you get a different shape. And super simple. And it was the first time the skin was the project, and everything in the project came out of the skin, because there was no program. It was just X amount of square, and it was a zoning envelope. It was just the total you could build legally, and now we're stuck with making it do something. So it was a kind of really super simple. For architects, it's kind of a very traditional project you get, but it's really a straightforward project. And now you're looking at, how do I make a project out of this? What am I? We had a long discussion whether you're going to take the job. Do we really want this job? And because it's generic.
I thought it was revolutionary.
What's that?
I thought it was revolutionary.
Huh, thank you.
Because it detached from the building, and it was just there to reshape.
Right. That came, the guys I was talking to that need to know our history, that's Prouvé. That's Prouvé in Paris, and it's, you tell me guys, 50 somewhere, mid-50s? And I looked at that, and I saw it in one of my trips, and went, oh dear. And actually, if you look at our own publication, the only time I've ever shown anything other than Morphosis, a historic building, is with solely one, and it's Prouvé skin. And I was just blown away, and it's a time we're interested in environment, and it was a whole kind of beginning of a conversation that environment was part of a building. And everybody has looked at Prouvé. That is the model of the second skin. And again, a lot of things are kind of particular to the US. Everywhere else, if you go to Switzerland, if you go to Zurich, you won't find a building that doesn't have a second skin, because they demand efficient buildings, period, right? And you literally will not find a building that doesn't have a second skin. And if you go to a huge amount of Germany, Austria, a huge amount of Europe, in Paris, everywhere, beautiful, beautiful actually. They use a lot of glass and stuff, double glass. And here, I guess it's mostly dinero, although all of our work here, just about all of it, it's kind of, we're known for that, or All of our work will have a second skin. And then it gives you huge, again, there's architectural ideas. You're no longer worried about windows and composition. It's now a surface you're dealing with. So it's really fun to, well, and we end up with this one on the one thing, that you realize you're designing surfaces and not windows and solid. So it completely changes what architects have done forever, right? And then those surfaces just have qualities that are just interesting, like paintings. And definitely clients will be interested in that. They're, like our Emerson building, they like the quality of that. It's just really interesting, and it takes, I think you can, it's going to take light differently every day and every season, so it's going to continually change over the year. It's going to be very dynamic, and it has qualities that you can articulate that your client will appreciate.
I've gotten used to doing this over the last day.
Done?
I know you're not done. I know.
I'm done when you say I'm done.
I want to thank you. There were drawings that you showed tonight that I saw as a first-year architecture student that almost made me cry seeing them again. and I'm going to continue to use like the term practice after the way that you talked about it tonight. Seeing like the way that you talk about practicing as an architect, seeing the competition work that you did in Vienna as practice for things that you're doing now, what, 30, 40 years later, lends a completely another level for me when we talk about practicing as an architect. So I want to thank you. This has been incredible.
Sure. You know, I didn't even get to show the one project I want to show. We're doing the.
You want to show it?
Well, no, I can't show it. We're doing the embassy in Beirut, and it's a city. And I've been working on it for 10 years. And it's,
You're going to sign some books, too.
I can't.
Are you going to sign a book?
Yeah, of course. I can't show it, and that's the one I wanted to show. Okay.
I know at least there's a couple people that brought some books. If people want to have their books signed.